Testing 1, 2, 3. Are we live? Good morning, good morning. The hidden one, good morning. I'm assuming I'm live, assuming everybody can hear me. Okay. Well, I got a little bit of an early start today. The kids don't have school today, so I'm in my third trade currently. Took a small winner here at 7:45 a.m. That's this tick down right here from the red zone after the delta crossed the confirmation line. That was the first entry. It was a small winner. We ticked up at the higher low. And then it's set up again right here. But I didn't really like what I was seeing, so I entered at the 8 instead of the close of that candle. So I got picked up on that wick and exited on the first higher low in that bottom power zone while the delta was tapering. And because it was the first higher low and because the delta was tapering, I ended up flipping long right there. So I am long currently. So not a bad start to the morning so far. However, we have VWAP sitting right there. So if we end up opening at VWAP, I'm afraid we might end up just kind of chopping sideways for the morning. We will see. As far as higher time frames goes, the delta on the hourly is crossing below the confirmation line, but we are ticked up, so that's why I have that set to neutral. On the 15-minute, we have a negative sloping confirmation line. The signal is it did tick down from that upper power zone. The delta's underneath the confirmation line, so that's bearish on the 15. On the 5, we are above the confirmation line, and we're currently ticking up from that lower half, so that's bullish for the 5. So a little bit of disagreement there in the higher time frames. Now on the 1, we are bearish, even though we're long. Just because we're bearish does not mean we can't go long, at least for me. I tend to trade a little bit more aggressively that way. I know some people might be more comfortable just trading with full time frame continuity, but on days when you're chopping sideways, there really is no full time frame continuity. When you're ranging or chopping, longs are usually just as good as the shorts. So I'm kind of going into today thinking that we're going to have more of a sideways chop day, but we'll find out. We'll see. So my exit here is going to be a tick down from that red zone, which we haven't got yet. And this delta, it's climbing so aggressively that I would not flip short if we do tick down there in the red zone. I would just exit and then wait for a new setup. We also have a little bit of a trend line here that we'll have to get through if we're going to go up. We also have the VWAP sitting right there, so we'll see if we get a VWAP bounce here. Getting a little bit of a consolidation here under that trend line. We are getting that tick down. This could just be a little bump in the road for a move up, but we are bearish on the one, so if we do get that tick down, I'm going to take profit. Got about 18 seconds on that one. We are underneath the 8 now. I just took profit there on that close. Looks like that was 9.25 points. Which puts us at 30 points and 3 small winners before the open, which is not a bad way to open the day. Now, that delta on the 1 is tapering down and it's negative now. So we'll see what it wants to do here. We did actually kiss VWAP right there, very briefly. Come on, circle. Right there. So technically I could have gone short there. We were tapering pretty good, but I don't know. Feeling like it's going to want to take a run at this trend line. Plus we have the open in 8 minutes. Let's check out news for the day. Trading timer tells us we have Chicago PMI next at 8:45. I'm on Central Time, so it's 8:23 right now. And if we look at the high impact news for the day, we had unemployment at 7:30. That's gone. So we have this Chicago PMI at 8:45, core PCE price index at 9, pending home sales at 9. And that is about it. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving, so no trading for me tomorrow. We are ticked up in the green zone on the 5. That is the most important higher time frame for the 1. So since we are bullish there, we should be looking for longs here on the 1. The hidden one, have you jumped into any trades yet this morning? See how many people we have here. Looks like there's only a few of you guys. I am starting a little earlier today, so more people will probably join here pretty soon. Not yet, just started the day. Okay. I'm normally getting my kids ready for school early, so I typically don't take a whole lot of pre-market trades, but when I get a chance, I like to. Oh, here in the EU. Wow. 15:25 for you. What's that? 3:25 p.m. Brian Kalanish, what's up? Well, hopefully we can make a little bit of money today. Let's not repeat what we did yesterday. Yesterday really sucked. That market was nasty. Nasty chop. And I should have quit earlier, but, you know, we had that FOMC coming up, and I didn't know if it was going to be a big event or not, and it ended up being a total dud. I would have been better off if I would have left at the first sign of chop, but I kept pushing. It's not good when you do that. You know, the playbook says you start seeing those chop boxes, you got to walk away. So we're going to do that today. Speaking of, we have our first chop box right here. But we're not walking away yet. Market hasn't even opened yet. Market opens in 3 minutes. Yesterday, you took 2 losses before close. Yeah, now you're a bit scared. I know. I know, I went into today too. Feeling a little gun shy. But then I hit these 3 winners right out of the gate, so now I'm feeling a little better. All right, we are putting in a lower high right before this open. We are rejecting off that trend line. We got 2 minutes. So technically on the 1, that's a short right there. You get this lower high in the red zone. The confirmation line is sloped downward. You got a red delta. However, you got a choppy delta. This is right before the open. I always I hate to take setups like a minute or 2 before the open, but hey, those are usually really good moves too. So sometimes it's worth the risk taking them, because if the market opens and dives in your direction, it could be a really good win. But yeah, if you were going to jump in right before the open, that's your entry right there, is this lower high. But we did have our VWAP test up there, so maybe we will end up pushing down for the first part of the morning. So far it looks that way. The delta's falling. Delta's gaining a little bit more steam. We are getting a lower, another lower high tick down on the delta on the 5. But technically that 5 is still bullish, as long as we stay above that confirmation line. We are bullish over there. The 15 is bearish. The hourly still sort of in neutral territory. All right. And we are open. There's that push down. So if anybody did take that entry, you would be winning right now. That's the entry right there. This lower high red triangle. Starting to wish I would have just jumped in there. And that's the thing, is like the last couple days, get a little gun shy right here at the open, but if I would have just taken them, I would be much better off. Because yesterday I put in like 2 really good moves. We had the signals for them. Everything's set up. I just got a little gun shy. I didn't take them. But if I would have taken those 2 trades, I think it was by 8:30, 8:33 or 8:34 or something like that. Those 2 trades were in. And the first one I think was like 8:16 a.m. and the second came in. But by that time, the market just started chopping sideways after that. But if I would have got those first 2 trades, it would have completely changed my whole day. Even though I had a bunch of losers after that. Looks like today, again, this would have been, look at that, 64 points already if you would have jumped in that one. You know, I see that a lot with this cumulative delta. Doesn't really matter if it's the open or if it's a news event. If you get a signal in the minute or 2 right before the event, I'd say the majority of the time it's going to go in your direction. Greater than 50% for sure. I might even say like probably closer to 8 out of 10. So hopefully one of you guys took that one. I'm still feeling a little gun shy today after yesterday. It's like that ran 72 points now. That 5 is starting to look a little bit more bearish. You see that fat delta candle over there? She is trying to push down. Always be skeptical of the first move, though. So if we get a setup in the other direction, you got to be quick. We are getting that tick up from that lower power zone. That delta is tapering just a little bit. Like I said, that first move, you always got to be a little skeptical of it. Catch the ride on the way back up. I just took a long there. Let's get rid of that one since we didn't take that trade. I took a long because the delta's tapering, even though it's super thick. My stop could be too shallow here. We'll see. Looks like I'm in at 894.50. Now, if she's going to want to keep pushing down, I'm going to get stopped out here, obviously. But that is part of the risk of trading. Yeah, that delta is still super thick, so it was tapering a little. I was hoping that it would taper even more, but no, not going to happen. Stopped out. So Get to erase 20 points off the board. But you know that that first move right out of the gate, if you see any tapering in that delta, even if it's thick, usually that trade works. And this still might end up working out. It might just need a little bit more room to put the brakes on. But you see how my 80 tick stop didn't even cover the low? So our ATR number's at a 50 right now, which is an 80 tick stop is usually pretty good with that, but that number I assume is going to rise after this move. I really like that number in between, like I'd say 30 to 70, somewhere in there, and then my 80 tick stop usually works pretty good. But if it doesn't cover the low, you know you need to size down and increase your stop. Keep in mind we have that news at 8:45. Now see if we would have caught that initial move and took that first signal, things would look much different right now. That was part of the reason why I decided to start streaming earlier, so that I can actually be more ready to take those. But it looks like I need a little bit more coffee or something. So right now, even though we've had this push down, I'm still looking for a long currently, if we can get the setup for it here. So in order to go long, I'd want to see a higher low in that lower power zone with a delta that's tapering a lot more than it is right now. So still not quite ready. However, you look at the 15, and that's a short on the 15, so. But like I said earlier, you can't always trade with full time frame continuity, especially if you're trading with on the 1. You're just going to leave a lot of opportunity on the table if you do. Good morning, Stealth. Missed the morning open and have some errands today. Probably not going to trade. Okay, well, you know what? I don't know if today's going to be a good day anyway. So far, it's better than yesterday. We've had some movement. Missed a really nice trade out of the open there. We had the setup for it. I just didn't pull the trigger. So if we keep pushing here, the delta's going to fall under the confirmation line on the 5, and then we're going to start turning bearish on the 5. But technically, we're still bullish over there. The hourly, it's not confirmed because this tick down won't close until 9 o'clock in 20 minutes. But currently, it looks like the delta is going to cross under the confirmation line, and we're going to tick down on the hourly. So if we do close this way, the hourly is going to be bearish. But I won't flip it yet because we got 20 minutes here. A lot can change in 20 minutes on the one. So go back to neutral there. Jawaz, good morning. We're starting to put that higher low in that I was talking about earlier. And might have a little bit of a delta cross here. I went with the long there on that higher low. We did have some tapering. We're starting to get a delta cross. The delta starting to turn up a little bit. So we'll see how we do on this one. This is the first higher low in that lower power zone. Usually the first higher low in a power zone is a decent trade. My stop still doesn't quite cover that low, so I'm still might be trading a little too tight. We did close above the 8, which is a good sign. We also came back and retested the 8, which is another good sign. That's right here. That's usually a good entry point. But the reason why I just jumped in is because we were so close to the 8 already at that point. And we got our news here in 20 seconds. Let's see what she does. I'm going to go ahead and move to break even just because of that. Let's see if we get a little bit of a pop here. And it took me out of break even. And the only reason why I went to break even is because of that news. I wasn't really sure what's going to happen there, so. Looks like I would have been fine if I would have just left it so far. Most news is at 10? Yeah. Yeah, let's go back to the news. What do we got here? We got core PCE price index at 9 in pending home sales. So maybe we'll get a little chop in here before then. Our delta has a positive slope now. Starting to turn positive there. The aggressive sellers are gone. Yep, looks like I should have just held it there. You know, a lot of times when I do that and I move to break even on a news event, I usually just regret it. But I still do it. You know? I guess it's not so bad to try to protect your capital, but you know, it's like same with that opening trade. It's like the only reason why I didn't take that trade is because it was 8:27 a.m. It was 3 minutes before the open. I'm like, well, if we open and it pops up, it's going to take me out. So I got a little gun shy on it, but as you can see, it just flushed right down. That signal was right on the money. You're going to see that right before these news events and before the open. It's usually a bit of a leading indicator. JWAS, I definitely think there's an opening level of volatility outside the indicator that could smash you out often. Yeah, well, if you backtest though, and you look at the setups right before the open, usually, and when I say usually, I mean more than half the time you're gonna win. But when you do win, those are usually pretty big winners. So you know, from a backtesting perspective, it's worth the risk. There's never zero risk. There's always going to be some level of risk. Yeah, and you said it often feels like a gamble to you, and that's the same reason why I didn't take that trade, because it felt like a gamble, and it always feels like a gamble right before news or right before the open. But I think there's still some level of trust that I have to put into this indicator, because it's usually right more than I am. My kids are home today. They don't have school today, so that's why I was able to get a little bit of an earlier start today than usual. But my daughter woke up. She's on the couch, and I hear her coughing in there, so hopefully the kids aren't too loud for us today. Should be all right. All right, now this is starting to look more like a Potential bear flag situation. The delta's climbing, but it's still very weak. And it's flashing negative. And it's starting to roll over. And we're starting to get a tick down. Signal didn't quite make it in the red zone. But it's close to the midline. I mean, those trades can still... It could still work out. But when we get in this area where the delta gets close to the confirmation line, kind of near a power zone, I hate to try to continue trading in the direction that it was, because this is usually a turbulent area where it tries to turn around. However, you know, they say the trend is your friend until the end. It's not the end yet, so there's always that. But this is usually where, at least me personally, where I tend to lose money trying to trade with the trend, is in that area. We do have our spotty, choppy delta. Go ahead and mark out the chop there. So we could see some continuation. Like I said, this does look very bear flaggy, so I mean it could continue. But it also could just chop inside of this zone here. Keep in mind, we got that news coming in 7 minutes. It really likes to chop right before news. I'm going to go ahead and flip the 5 minute to being bearish again, since Delta is now confirmed and closed under that confirmation line. So we got the 5 bearish, the 15 bearish, and the hourly. If we close this way, we will be bearish in 6 minutes. 5 minutes. So then we will be in full bear mode. Hmm. Well, so far it looks like everything is trying to push down, so maybe we will go into more of a sustained downtrend. We are underneath our chop zone box. See if we can hold below it. Sorry for all the dings on my watch. I'm going to go ahead and put that on silent. You know, that thing dings all the time, and I don't even hear it anymore because I'm just so used to it. I'm over ding what's the word? I was going to say stimulus, but that doesn't make sense. Stimulated. I'm overstimulated with the dings. Jawaz, I see you're trying to push Zeiierman for his bell curve strategy. You know, he's posted about it many times, but every time he posts about it, it always seems a little vague to me. So I would like to know more details on that too. Got about 8 seconds here for the news. We did close above that 8 SMA, so are we going to push up here? Well, the delta is still negative. It's actually gaining a little bit more momentum to the downside there. We're getting a lower high tick down on the signal. This is setting up for a potential short here. I mean, it looks like we're going to see more continuation. It's like FedEx is here, so Ellie's going crazy. Went ahead and took a short there at to close that candle. Reason why I went short is because this delta is still very flat, and see how it was actually getting thicker when we ticked down with this lower high on the signal. So everything's still pointing down. The 15's pointing down, 5's pointing down, the 1's pointing down. We couldn't get above this little order block here. We did retest it, so that chop zone is now invalidated. Yeah, I asked and he said that the strategy section, that it was in the strategy section. There is no strategy section I see in Discord. There is a user strategies, but there are no bell curve posts by him in there. All right, are we getting a bounce here on this pivot line? Should probably start paying attention here. Looks like we're trying to bounce on that pivot. Yeah, that's a giant candle. I went ahead and pulled it right there. I didn't like what I was seeing. Minus 4.5 points on that one. Yeah, I thought I was at least going to get my my TP I had set at 125 ticks. What did we go? We went 92 ticks. Just a little short. Oh well, keep those losers small. So minus 450. We are getting a tick up, a higher low tick up above that tapering delta, so we could make a little run to the upside here. It definitely looks like it wants to bounce on that pivot line. Those pivots are amazing, aren't they? They always amazed by those. Still not convinced enough to go long here. Delta's still negative. I don't see it. It's not flashing positive yet, but I feel like it's about to. So back to Zeiierman. I thought there was something that he had posted in the user strategy section. Are you sure it's just not on a different page or something? Or maybe he posted that somewhere else. Holy cow. Jawaz, I just saw your message about Hearthstone. That That is a giant loss. Wow. All right, so the delta is turning up a little bit here, but the bears are still fighting hard. So we got a positive slope, but it's negative. Starting to put in another little lower high on that signal. So it looks like the bears still are staying in control here a little bit, but it's more of a, this is a tug of war zone. Yeah. Yeah, I know. That guy, that guy makes crazy money. I wish I knew more about what exactly he was doing. I know he said it's complicated. Yeah, he's got balls, for real. That delta's still negative, but we got a positive slope, so who's gonna battle it out and win here? We're above the 8 SMA. This is kind of a no-go zone for me. Not until I see a little bit more conviction on one side or the other. I think the bulls are going to take it here, though. Okay, now we're starting to flash positive. Those bears are getting scared. Delta's about to cross above the confirmation line. That will officially turn the 1 minute bullish. Keep in mind, you're going against the flow on the higher time frames, though. So, but the 1 minute is the highest priority. Starting to flash a higher low in the power zone on the 5 minute, actually. So if we can get that 5 minute to taper and put in a good move here for the bulls, then that could easily turn around. You know, if you look at the 5, we were in a downtrend. We made a strong move. The confirmation line was headed up. This could just be a brief dip below it. I've seen this a lot where the market kind of shows its hand first, dips above, then you take a quick little dip below. It's usually brief, and then you're back above. But until then, it has to prove itself first. So the next piece of news we have is crude oil inventories at 9:30. About 20 minutes. That's a medium impact event. Probably isn't going to do much to this market. Well, we're starting to put in that another tick down. We never did officially go positive there on the delta. Right where it's about to cross the confirmation line, it's starting to turn back down. Might just need a little bit more of a double bottom here on this pivot line. That's what it kind of feels like right now. Yeah, long here is risky until we get the setup for it. Starting to put in a nice hammer off of that pivot. You know, we had our chop zone drawn out up here, but I think we just slid down a rung. This might end up being our chop zone right here. Potential chop anyways. We don't know if we're going to chop. All we know is that we should keep it on our radar at least. You know, with those big momentum moves to the downside, it always takes a while to put the brakes on. You see how it looks like it's trying to put the brakes on. So it might just need a little bit more time. However, that delta is turning back down. You see that? It's getting thicker. It's turning down. So if we end up losing this pivot, maybe we do go into more of a sustained downtrend. Looks like our short here that we were in earlier, if we would have stayed in there, would have worked out, but I would rather cut the loss before. I just don't like getting into a lot of drawdown like that and then have to sit there and sweat through it. This tick down right here, see how much it moves since that one. Well, we've gone over 125 ticks. That's what I was looking for before. That one would have won had somebody taken it. You know, with the delta marching up the way that it was and we're about to cross the confirmation line, that trade there was, in my mind, that was a risky trade. So that's why I did not take that one. We have a little bit of a parallel channel here developing. We'll see. Let's See if we can end up pushing up out of it. Otherwise, we're just gonna potentially go into the sustained downtrend here. It's colder here in Minnesota, so I have to start wearing the chapstick or my lips just get super chapped. Once the heat kicks on, all the moisture gets cooked out of the house. Yeah, that last tick down, that's actually a nice move to the downside here. That one would have been pretty darn nice. Stealth, I have the previous month high at 790. Monday's low is at 780, looking for a bounce. $780 is right about here. Here's 790. It does look like it tried to bounce there. What'd you say that was? The previous month high? Let me see if I could turn that on. I have my previous month high and low turned off. I might as well go turn those on. So there's the previous month high. Here's the previous year high and low. We'll go ahead and turn them all on. However, I don't see the previous month high on there. Let's go to the weekly candles and see if it shows up. Previous. Yeah, it's barely on there. Let's go to the daily. There it is. See the green line? That's our previous month high. Let's go to the hourly. Now it's showing up. Back to the 1 minute. It's weird. I don't see it on the 1 minute. I was wondering if there was a setting to not show it on the 1 minute chart, but I don't see a setting for it. Maybe it just needs more time to kick in. I don't know. Well, would you all agree that today is a little bit better than yesterday? I know we haven't really caught much here so far, but it's definitely, there's better movement in the market than there was yesterday. Yesterday was terrible. Starting to get another tick down there in the green zone. Now, if you have identified this as a sustained downtrend, you can take those. They're always a little more risky when they're in the green zone as opposed to the red zone, but as long as that delta is kind of flat and you're not seeing the buyers stepping into it, should be okay. Whew. Well, now it just flushed big time on that candle. I don't like to buy those. I'm more of a buyer if it's closer to the 8 up here, but I don't like to buy down here that far away from the 8. Because then it usually just pops back up like this, reverts back to the 8. And back to the 8 we go. Went ahead and took a short there just to see if we kind of can catch a wick here. If it closes above the 8, I am out. So I'm in at 803. We are starting to tick up from this delta, so that's another reason for me to exit if we do. So far, so good. But we've already we've tested the 8, so I don't really want it to go back there. So I'm gonna put my stop at break even and go let the dog out. I'll be right back. Looks like we're still in. Signal's still pointing down. The bears are still in control. That delta is still negative. And we are right there. Literally a tick away from my take profit. Come on, you could do it. Can you believe that? Look at that. My take profit is right there. One tick away and it missed it. Looks like we're kind of zeroing in on this previous day low over here. Come on, you could do it. There we go. We got it. There is 125 ticks, 31.25 points. Now we wait for the next one. That's a really good example right there of buying the 8 or entering on the 8 instead of the close of that candle. You know how I was saying when it closes so far away from the 8, it loves to revert back to the 8. So I don't like buying way out there. If it closes near the 8, I'll jump in, but there's a delay, so I know if you win before you do. That's funny. There is a little bit of a bullish divergence setting up here. We got the higher low on the signal and the lower low on price. Something to be aware of, and we have that news in about 35 seconds. But yeah, looking back on that trade, that's the way I prefer to do them. Zero drawdown. Just get in on a wick and have it go in your direction. Those are my favorites. Hey, if you guys haven't hit that like button, if you could do that, that would be great. I very much appreciate that. I lost my window here. Where did it go? Hold on a second, guys. Never mind. There we go. All right, we're back. Delta is very steadily just hanging out in that lower power zone. When it's doing that, you're typically in a sustained trend. When it starts getting out of the power zone, like back here, when it's kind of going up and down, right, like through the middle, that is not a sustained trend at that point. As long as it stays down here, you're in a sustained trend. A sustained trend according to the rules in the playbook. Maybe not according to somebody else, but according to the playbook, that's what we define as a sustained trend. JWAS, Delta on the 15 is massive. Yes, it is. The signal is also down there touching the bottom of the indicator, so you're down there in that power zone. All it takes is one 15-minute candle for that to tick up and to taper. So yes, it's massive, but it doesn't mean a whole lot right now as far as the one goes. We did just get a tick up above a thin delta on the one. And we're back above the 8. Delta could start turning positive here. We'll see. We're so close to that previous day low, I feel like it should at least want to go and tap that first before heading up, if it is going to head up. But, you know, we never know what it's going to do. I don't like to predict anything. I just like to react to what the delta's doing. Stealth says NAS is weaker than ES and Dow. Let's check out ES and see what it's doing. Oh, yeah. It's just kind of... That's a grindy, choppy downtrend. I don't like those. Those are nasty. See how it's still chopping the... Like, it's going down, but it's chopping the 8 all the way down. I don't like that. That's no fun to trade. Not for me. Let's check out gold. Ugh. What happened to gold? There's like no data. Nobody trading gold today? Candle should look more like this. But, or did it move to a different contract or something? There's like nothing there. SPY is also grindy. New contract? Okay. What is the new contract? Do you know? Should probably update that. December 2024. Looks like that's probably it. No, that's what I had on there. MGC. Is it February 2025? Looks better. That looks much better. Okay. Back to MNQ. See how when you get in that sustained downtrend, you could almost take any one of these tick downs. You don't have to wait for them to go to the red zone. So like here. Boom. Nice trade. We missed it. We would have got another 125 ticks. Not only that, but that's also your bear flag breakout setup. You got your flag, pole, you got your flag, 45-degree angle up, and you get your tick down with the falling delta. That is your bear flag setup in the playbook. But I was messing with gold, so I missed it. It's funny, I always miss trades when I'm not focusing, but then when I'm here, there's nothing going on usually. Maybe it just seems that way. Well, we will just wait for the next one. Maybe see another bear flag develop here. Little consolidation. We did take out that previous day low. This green line here is the average daily range. It does really like to hit those range lines. So that could be the extent of the move today. We'll see. The 5 is, look at those delta candles. Just nice, thick, and heavy. Whew. It's very tantalizing on the 5. Nice short. Let's go on the 5 and see what that would have looked like. So let's say we were trading the 5-minute today. Here's our tick down under a falling delta. So we would have been short from right here. And as long as that delta stays nice and thick, there's no reason to get out. So you would still be in the trade. And you would be up, looks like over 200 points, 203 points currently. Now, that only works out really well if the market is not ranging or chopping sideways. If you're chopping sideways, then the 5-minute can be terrible. That's why I usually don't like to trade the 5-minute. Even when we're chopping, you can still find opportunity on the 1, usually. But you get into a nice sustained downtrend, the 5-minute, if you can get in on the 1 and hold for the exit on the 5, that's primarily what I use these higher time frames for, is not so much for my entries. I use them for my exit strategy. You start seeing this. So say you're in a short that you got in. Well, you just move your stop to break even if you want to hold out for the bigger move and wait for the exit signal on the 5. And if you really think it's going to be cruising, wait for the exit signal on the 15. But once you start getting into the 15, then you're getting into like, swing trading territory. So I typically don't use the 15, but I'll use the 5 for that purpose. Looks like the delta's starting to turn back up here. Might have a confirmation line cross in that lower power zone, which once that happens, then we're bullish again on the 1. And we are getting near that average daily range line, so this whole area is a high probability turning point. We did take out the previous day low, so we took out that liquidity there. But I think, I don't know, was that clear how I kind of used the higher time frames? I think a lot of people get confused about that when I have these up here. They think I'm using those for entries, and I'm really not. All right, we're about to get that bullish confirmation line cross here on the 1. Yep, first signs of life on the 5-minute. It's finally ticking up there, and the delta is tapering a little there in that lower power zone. Keep in mind, it usually doesn't V-bottom. It likes to go sideways for a while and get a little turbulent there, so you got to watch for that. But yeah, this area makes sense for it to turn here, taking out the previous day low with that average daily range. Then it's just a matter of timing it right. And the 1 allows us to do that. Yesterday, it didn't allow us to do that very much. Yesterday was terrible, but that was an anomaly. Well, hopefully we don't just V-bottom out of here. I want to see a little bit of structure develop and give us an opportunity to get in. Another thing that a fairly highly reliable setup to watch for when you get these delta crosses in a power zone is, well, here, let me just pull up the playbook and I'll show you. In the playbook, can everybody see that? Entry setups in strategies. So if you do, so we were just in a downtrend, correct? So you go to the reversal strategies, the downtrend reversal strategy. And in the downtrend reversal, So see right here, I don't know if you guys can see my mouse or not, but first step is you get that delta cross near that power zone. So that's what we're getting right now. So we're kind of in this territory. And then usually it's a little choppy in here. So, you know, you don't really want to go short here because, well, if you get it, the first short signal might be okay. Those could be winners, but all of this right here is kind of risky if you're trying to go with the trend still after you get this cross. So you wait. Getting the cross is step number one. So you wait for the signal to pull into the upper half and then pull down to the lower half. Right here, when you get that tick up in the green zone from the lower half, as long as the delta is still tapering and as long as it's still above the confirmation line, that's where you go long. And that's usually a really good trade. So that's what we are going to wait for. Now for a downtrend, it's basically the opposite. Let's see if there's a good example of that. Where are we? Uptrend reversal. Here we go. So you get the delta cross, the pull up into the red zone, and the tick down. That's more of a delta squeeze there. It's still a good trade. Delta cross. Where is it? Right here. You pull up, the tick down from the power zone. Nice trade to the downside. But you got to be in an uptrend first before you can do that. So back to the charts. That's the filet mignon, Jaywa says. Yep. So we got step one taken care of. Now we're just waiting for the signal to pull down into that green zone. We still want to see the delta somewhat strong. So like right now it's weak, which is to be expected. Bitcoin back above 95K, really? Let's check out Bitcoin. Oh, yeah. I drew this broadening formation on the stream yesterday. Look at that. This line was all sloppy and it still bounced off of it. I'm in a couple trades there. Looks like most of them are at break even right now. Bitcoin's stealing the show. And that's what happens with Bitcoin. When it runs, the altcoins will bleed. In order for them to take off, Bitcoin really just has to be sitting there, not doing anything, going sideways. If Bitcoin falls, altcoins fall. If Bitcoin runs up, altcoins fall. Bitcoin has to be taking a nap for the altcoins to run. We are flashing a negative delta here. So we'll see if the delta can stay above that confirmation line. It's a money movement thing, yep. Move profits from one mothership to the other pawns, yep. Yeah, you know, for a while there, I used to look at BTC pairs, you know, like Solana BTC, trade the cumulative delta off of that. And you know, so that you're kind of always in the market and just trading from either from Bitcoin, like whatever's stronger, basically. You know, if Bitcoin's stronger, get in that. If Solana is stronger, move everything over to that. The liquidity of the Bitcoin pairs, though, that was my problem. Is every time I wanted to like get in and out of things, I couldn't always get filled. The USD pairs have much higher liquidity, at least over at Kraken. I don't know what it's like other places. Crushed Dreams back down on NQ. Well, it's not completely crushed yet. Technically, the move we're looking for is still in play, as long as the delta stays above that confirmation line. And, you know, I'd feel more comfortable with this making a little bit more of a double bottom anyways. I don't really want to see a V bottom. Still haven't hit our average daily range line yet, though. I would also feel better if it touched that first. Stelf, happy Thanksgiving. We will see you maybe Friday. I'm not going to trade tomorrow, obviously. But Friday's a half day. I'll probably trade the open and at least trade for a little bit until we see maybe the first sign of chop and then leave. So we'll see you later. Okay, so we're starting to flash the tick up here in the green zone, but we do have this weak negative sloping delta, so I'm still not totally convinced on this for long. I want that. I want to see a positive sloping delta. However, if you want to be more aggressive, this is your entry. I'm actually going to give it a shot here. I just went long. I'm in at 750, 75. ATR numbers at a 61, which is, it's in line with having a 80 tick stops, usually pretty good for that. It covers my low right here. So I wouldn't necessarily call this a filet mignon. Might be more like a BK Whopper. See, we got this negative sloping delta, so it's got to turn up here. If it doesn't turn up and we get a tick down, that's my out. Ten seconds. Come on, Bulls. You can pull it back up. And not going to happen. I'm out. 7.5 points on that one. It might develop here again. We're going to watch for it, but looks like that delta is just steadily trying to make its way back under that confirmation line. And, you know, we still have those strong deltas on the 5 and the 15, so it might just need a little bit more time. But this is still the place to look for longs. I would not necessarily go short here. If we get a higher low on the signal and delta starts to turn up, I'll get back in. We have the 10 o'clock candle in 3 minutes. Well, closer to 2 minutes now. All right, I'm backing along. Delta starting to flash positive. Just took its dear time to do it. But we do have our second higher low, which is pretty bullish. Delta's above conf. We are flashing positive on the delta, so the buyers are barely in charge. Got to get above that the previous day low, though. The bears are trying to take control back here. We're starting to get that another tick down with the falling delta. So we were flashing positive there for a second, but it was never official, never closed that way. But again, if we tick down here, I got to pull the plug. I can't stay in. I don't like my stop getting fully hit if I can help it. And I had to pull it. Minus 10 3/4 on that one. Okay. Delta just didn't want to cooperate there. Not yet, anyway. This is what I mean about this area where the delta crosses. Like, this can be a turbulent area. You know, nobody is really in charge yet here. So you tend to see a lot more chop there. So you just got to give it more time, let it work itself out. But, you know, with 3 tick downs and a falling delta that's falling back under the confirmation line, I mean, you know, if you're in this sustained downtrend, technically that's a short. If you want to give the short another try. We'll see if it just wants to hit that ADR line first. I've been talking about that. All right, we just hit it. So yeah, that was that third tick down right here with that falling delta where it's fallen back under. Could have shorted that. Let's see how many points that would have went if we took that where I got out. Well, it went my 125. Would have got that at least. Total, it went 39 points. Price is dancing on losing bottom trend line from November 5th. Okay. Forgot to flip the hourly bearish, but we did turn bearish there. Delta closed under the confirmation line. We have this tick down. That is officially bearish on the hourly. The hourly, it's fallen actually pretty aggressively there. So we are in full bear all across the board. And that said, that filet mignon we were looking for, we didn't get it. You still need to have this rising delta to get that. And the delta said nope, and it turned over. But now that we hit our daily, average daily range, hopefully the bears have pushed it enough where we can start to turn it around now, or give us a cleaner looking short setup. Either way, I don't really care. I just want to see a clean setup. Hey, look at Zeiyerman's in the house. Let's go. Merch on the way to T-Maker. That is going to be awesome to see what you guys are sending. I think it, what did you say, was a hoodie? Is it a hoodie that I'm getting? A hoodie with the Zeiyerman logo? I like my hoodies, so that is the most comfortable trading attire. Zeiyerman has a pretty tantalizing Black Friday sale going on right now. If you guys haven't noticed, you should go check it out. Yeah, and a few other things. Awesome. Well, I am looking forward to receiving that package. All right, well, we hit that average daily range line, so will this finally be the bounce we get coming up here? We will see. However, we are still very bearish with the all the time frames are locked in gear to the downside. So if you want to trade with full time frame continuity, then we got to wait for a short setup here. We've had quite the drop already. Delta's still really thick on the 5. So you know what I was saying earlier, if you were trading the 5 and you were to take that signal on the 5, you would still be in because you haven't had a thin delta cross yet. So that's what you'd be waiting for. You would have got in on this tick down below a falling delta, which is right here. And you'd currently be looking at 205 points. Win a total of 232 so far. But yeah, this delta would have to thin out and ideally get a tick up above a thin delta. That would be your exit. Or just a thin delta cross. So we crossed the delta here, but it wasn't thin, so that doesn't really count. Go back to that 5 minute. So yeah, looking at the 5, see how we pulled right up to VWAP. That first, at the start of the day, the reaction off VWAP, it really likes to send it to the primary direction that you're headed. Sometimes it can retest it throughout the day, like yesterday was kind of nasty. Here's the 5 minute yesterday. So we tested here, then again, and then we broke through it. And so it was just kind of all over the place. But days like today where you have that first test and that's it, and then go for your big run, those are very nice. All right, we're getting a tick down near that midline. If you wanted to go with the flow, that is a short entry. What's up? Yeah? You need a piece of paper? All right, go grab one in the cabinet. Kind of a big candle there. Again, I don't really like to buy the big candles. So I'm going to give it a shot at the 8. Got a limit order set on the 8. Still feel like it's kind of risky down in this area. But if we're going into the sustained downtrend, it is in full alignment with the higher time frame, so that is it's still the side to be on. Problem with trying to grab the 8 is that you might miss the trade. Yeah, and at this point, after it already dropped, you know, I want to get the candle that's right after that other candle. Now that we've already dropped down, I canceled my order, so I no longer have that sitting there. If we tick up here, we're going to have a little bit of bullish divergence setting in. Starting to flash that higher low. Do got a little bit of chop setting in here on the delta. That just means there's no real conviction either way. Bulls nor bears are in charge. At least not on the 1. They are in charge on the higher time frames. All right, we just flashed that higher low. Now, normally I would go long there, but you know, the first time we did it here, it failed. And once it fails the first time, I don't like to keep trying, because if you do continue in this sustained downtrend, you're just going to get eaten alive trying to catch the turn. So I need to see something more convincing. What I would rather see at this point is I want to see this signal continue up here, and I want to see the delta start to turn up above that confirmation line. And then I would like to see the signal pull down somewhere in here and tick up with a rising delta. If we can get that delta to rise, that tells us that the buyers have regained control. And then this tick down and tick up, that would be your first small little pullback and tick up in the direction of the aggressive buyers. So you can enter on this one. It's just a little, it's really aggressive to enter there. Like I said, normally I would if it was in this area, I definitely would have, and I did. That's what, you know, I tried it twice. But after that first failure, I don't like to keep trying. And if this delta stays in that lower power zone and it continues to be weak, and we start putting in these lower high tick downs, then I'm going to jump in a short. That is technically a short setup when it's doing that. Go ahead and give this one a shot here. I just went short on that candle. But again, this is turbulent sideways territory, so it's an area where you can easily get chopped up. You know, the delta, you barely see it. It is above that confirmation line, but it's weak. And we got a lower high tick down with a weak delta in that lower power zone. So the bears still have the upper hand here. Just need to see some follow through. See how we reverted back to the 8? Now we're starting to pull it back down. The 8 would have been a better entry there. But if we tick back up here, that is my early exit. And the first sign that we might just be chopping sideways. We didn't officially tick up. We're flashing it now. See if the bears can pull her back down. This will be our second higher low above a weak flat delta. All right, I pulled it. That is 5 points. This is what I was talking about, this turbulent area where the bulls are trying to take it back here. So shorts are going to be, you know, this is where trading with the trend is not your friend. But it looks like that second higher low this time would have worked. Again, we'll just wait for a cleaner looking setup. It's not very clean here at all. See the delta? It's this whole section is thin and choppy, it's spotty. Now, when you start to see that around lunchtime or this time of day going into lunch, that's usually a good time to call it quits. But we'll see if we can get something that looks a little better here to develop. We finally did close above the 21. But as long as we stay under this 50, this red line right here, we're still going to be pretty bearish. Jay Waz says the 5-minute delta is tapering. Yeah, it's tapering down. I think the bears might have had their time of day already. I'm going to go grab a refill. I'll be right back. Delta still chopping. Still got that thin, spotty delta. Chopping that average daily range line. But you know, it never chops forever. There's always a good trade in there somewhere. Just got to find it. Starting to put in a lower high in the red zone. Delta's still chopping though, so like both longs and shorts right now are kind of risky. However, the bears are still the most in control, so it's probably a slightly higher probability on that side. So technically that is a short setup right here. The lower high with the weak delta. It's just a very choppy area, so I'm kind of gun shy to jump into anything there. Nice thing about this cumulative delta, though, is, I mean, you can see it plain as day. You can see the signs to stay out of the market, which in my mind is more important than knowing when to get in the market. I'm assuming, JWAS, your ADX is probably orange right now. ADX is orange. Yep, I figured. Bulls are still trying to step it up here. I do see the delta. It's getting a little thicker now with the bulls trying to step in. We're also about to get a thin delta cross there on the 5. So you know how earlier I was talking about if you were using the 5 for your exit strategy, you would want to exit on a thin delta cross. Well, looks like this would be closing in on when that exit would be. Time is at 10:31. So you got about 4 minutes to see if that closes above the delta. Also had a bit of a trend line break here. Well, we are up to the 50, and the last time we were at the 50 was way up here at the open. So we'll see if we get a rejection here or not. Be nice if we can get a little bull set up here and run back up to VWAP. That could be a really nice run. See how we get that lower high here? And right after that, we put in a higher low on the signal. If the delta was rising the way it is right now and that happened, I would have probably went long there. But see how flat it was? It just wasn't doing anything at that point. JWAS, 222 subscribers. Yeah, they're ticking up, aren't they? I feel like it's growing at a decent rate. You know, I think getting the first set of subscribers in there is always the hardest part. I think YouTube requires what? I think it's like 1,000 subscribers in order to start monetizing videos. I'm not really doing this to monetize videos because I know that the payoff for that is actually pretty low. It's one of the reasons why I kind of stopped my other YouTube channel. I have 44,000 subscribers on my other one, and I average, I think, like $150 a month, something like that. I mean, it's small. So just from the ad revenue. BTC back above 96, huh? This is the Solana BTC chart. See how Solana's bleeding a little bit to Bitcoin? Yeah, Bitcoin is running. I am not in a Bitcoin trade right now. Looks like XLM is doing pretty good. Maybe this will be the run that breaks 100K. All right, we're seeing some good strength come back into the delta now. So it is game on again. Waiting for a long setup. Delta, or I mean the price closed above the 50. So the bulls are trying to come back a little bit. We'll see if we can get a little bit of a bull flag set up or get this. You know, we had our delta cross, which we talked about earlier as like your step one. Step two is to wait for the signal to come up here somewhere in the red zone, come back down, and tick up. Doesn't have to be the green zone necessarily. Just has to tick up in the direction of a rising delta. Hey, we officially got our tick up, our close above a thin delta on the 5 at 10:30. So if we were trading that on the 5 and we're in that short, that would have been our exit. It's actually starting to flash positive right now. So let's see what that would have been. Hold on a sec here. I'm drawing all over the screen. All right, to the 5 minute. Our entry would have been this tick down below a falling delta. And our exit would have been this tick up right here, the close of that candle above a thin delta. That puts us right here. So would have been 194 points. We were trading the 5. So we have a rising delta and we did get a tick up. I just don't like them in that upper power zone. If the delta was really strong, I would take that, but I mean, it's just like, it's not super strong. It's strong enough for a long, but it's, you guys still got to get the timing right. And the timing is better if the signal pulls down here. Getting a little bit of a rejection off that previous day low, which is to be expected. It's trying to put in a lower high in that upper power zone. Delta is thin and tapering, so it is a potential short setup. I just feel like this area here is another area where you can get run over pretty easily. The bull's trying to take control back. So I'm just going to wait for the long setup, which we don't have yet. Let's see, the bears are trying to push it down, but that delta, see how it's still really weak? And I mean, there's not a lot of strength to the down, even though we're moving down, there's not a lot of strength to the downward move. At least not yet. A little bit more strength's coming in just as I say that. Now that delta candle is starting to thicken up here. And we closed below this little order block there, which I was hoping we would stay on top of that and find a little bit of support in that. She's just looking pretty weak again. As I was saying earlier, technically this lower high in that power zone is it's a short entry. It's just kind of a risky one right there. So, I mean, you would be up if you took that one. This is one of those, took the stairs up and the elevator down, it looks like. Still waiting for that long here. It's just not really, it's not setting up for me. The 15-minute is still pushing down. Looks like the 5 is starting to tick back down again. So again, we're still in full bear mode. You know, thinking more about that, I probably still should take all of the short setups that I see. It's just hard when I feel like we're in this turbulent turnaround zone. Potential turnaround zone. We don't know it's going to turn around, obviously. We've just seen this before where the delta gets above a rising confirmation line, and sometimes it just takes longer to put the brakes on. And you can see, like, here, the confirmation line has been falling. There's your downtrend, right? And then as it's starting to put the brakes on, it's starting to turn back up like this. And so you can assume it's going to keep going like that. So once this turn starts to happen, you know, that's usually the best place to look for longs. We are getting a tick up from that lower power zone. It's not official. Delta looks like it wants to close back under that confirmation line. Still never got our tick up there, so still waiting. Just took out that low. Oh, another thing that we should probably draw on the screen here is, that's a bad line. Could be forming our broadening formation here. So if the bulls do try to step in here around this yellow line, we can expect it to go back up and take out that high. We are getting the tick up now. It's a little hammer candle. I'm going to go for it. So I'm long there. I'm going to target that high. Did close above the 8, which is a good sign. Delta starting to thin out. We just need that delta to turn up and turn positive. But we do have this falling delta here, so if we do officially tick down, I'm going to pull it. Never officially ticked down, so I'm still in. We managed to hold above the 8. Now we're starting to flash positive on the delta. Delta's in the early stages of turning back up. If we tick down here, instead of pulling the plug, I'm just going to put it break even. We did tick down, so stops at break even now. Jaywan, I sent you a screenshot about the trend speed analyzer on the 5-minute. Let me check it out. Yeah, that is a significant downtrend we're in. That is for sure. Especially on the 5-minute. But, excuse me, I just know from experience that this is what it looks like when things turn. Doesn't mean that we're going to necessarily go into an uptrend or anything, but hey, if you can capture some profit here and there, that's the name of the game for me. Starting to show a little bit of a weak delta squeeze setup on the 5-minute. We're flashing a higher low above that thin delta. I say weak because the delta's not really turning up over there. It's just flat. However, on the 1, we are turning up. We did get that little tiny delta squeeze there. So it was a little baby tick down and then a baby tick up right here on this down close candle. My bots are going crazy right now on that candle close. And I got taken out. Break even. We still might end up turning up here, but you see how the delta is getting thin and spotty again? It's just another... It's just more chop. More chop setting in. We still might end up turning up here. We'll see. Delta's just very weak. There's no conviction either way. There's another pivot right below us. Yeah. 2654.75. Delta is back under that confirmation line, so you know, the bulls tried to take control back there, but we're losing it again. Might go back into the sustained downtrend. We just took out that low back at the bottom of the broadening formation. Well, that candle poked below the stop losses. Yes, I would agree. So at least we took those out. And if there's not enough bears sticking around, then the price is naturally going to want to go back up. A little bit of bullish divergence setting in. We got that lower low on price, higher low on the signal. Right there at the bottom of this broadening formation. Feel that delta still has that negative slope though. It's not great for the bulls. Just wish I had a cleaner short setup. You know, nothing's really clean right here. There we go. There's a pop. That bullish divergence starting to play out. Feel like something's brewing here. It's kind of a weird big candle to just pop on the screen all of a sudden. Well, we just took out the low again. Every time it takes out the low, I'm seeing a bunch of buying kind of, well, not seeing it in the delta, but I'm seeing it in the candles. It looks like it's trying to pop up every time. It's like right now we're putting in another bullish hammer. Still above that broadening formation. That delta is still heading down though. It's not turning up yet. Which, I mean, if you're just looking at the cumulative delta, it tells me that there's more downside. See, we're starting to put in this lower high with a falling delta still. Delta's not turning up. Not yet, anyway. See how all these candles are like little hammers? Just a weird area. Oh, there's a drop. Now the delta got thick there. Well, the slope of the delta predicted that one. You know, we were talking about that negative slope, how it wasn't turning up, and then that tick down. Even though it was a bullish hammer, that tick down was right here. Bulls don't want to give up, though. They're still trying to fight here. It's definitely not clean. It's not a clean setup either way. I do feel like a long is brewing, though. Now the delta's starting to turn up a little bit. Maybe just had to flush out of the few bears that were still left. And you know what? It is lunchtime. And what do we know about lunchtime the last couple weeks? Lunchtime has been some really good trading. We'll see if that holds true today. All right, now we got a rising delta. It's about to cross back above that confirmation line. We're starting to get a little bit of bullish divergence on the 5. Back up to the 50. See this little bullish divergence play here with the lower lows and the higher low on the signal? That actually would have been a nice little winner. That would have been in right here. That almost ran 30 points since the close of this green triangle here. I was talking about this the other day. If I would set my sights on smaller targets, you know, in this kind of nasty price action, I think I would do a lot better. You know, like if I'm only going for what, say 15 points. That's 60 ticks. You know, I feel like you can pull those out all over the place. Yeah, so here it'd be 15 points down, 15 points up. Did this one go 15? Let's see. This one went 17, so yeah, you would have won there too. This one here, this lower high, that definitely would have won. I mean, they're all over the place. You know, with those shorter targets, I think today I probably would have been doing better than I am. Still green on the day, but I'm just always looking for those bigger moves, and that kind of results in a lot of break-evens and or small losses. There's a trade-off for sure. Delta is back above the confirmation line, so I'm looking for a long. Just gotta be patient. I do see strength coming back into that delta. Went ahead and took a early long here at 2708.75. Might have jumped the gun on this one. We'll see. Well, we got our tick up. If I'd have waited for the candle close, I would have done better. I would have been down here more. We're showing strength coming back into that delta, which is what we want to see. Getting a bit of a bull flag breakout here. Retesting the 50. Hopefully we can get through that little order block up there. And since we were at the bottom of that broadening formation, I'm going to target this high again. I'm going to push it up to this order block instead. 768.50. More strength coming into the delta, which is good. It's the most bullish strength that we've seen since, looks like, before the open today. Last time we were this strong was at like 8.15 for the bulls. We want to see this stay above the 50. We don't want to see it really fall back in. We are ticking down from that upper power zone with the tapering delta. Got to keep that in mind. So far, we're back to my break even. Instead of pulling the plug there, I'm going to move to break even if we close like this. All right, break even. Come on, market. Let's just go my direction. It's got one last chance to pull up here. You know, we had decent strength and then we lost it suddenly. It was, see it, the delta tapered down as that ticked down from the power zone. Those power zones are powerful. So I want to see that strength come back in, get another tick up, and continue. Can the bulls do it? We are back above the 8, at least temporarily. See if we can hold it. Got a nice upward sloping delta. Just need to see that strength come back in and have it continue. I think we're gonna make it, guys. I'm seeing strength come back in. We're back above that order block. The little power zone was just there to flush out any bears that were trying to get it back to the downside. See how we tapered down and now we're expanding back up? That's looking good so far. So we had a fair value gap here earlier. We came back and we tapped it. I should have been looking for that actually. And then took this move back to the downside. But I missed that earlier. JWAS says we need a breakout above 27.24. Well, we are right there. Can she do it? She's trying. Not a whole lot of gusto in there yet, though. Delta's still climbing. We don't have fat candles, but she's climbing. We're flashing that lower high tick down. I don't really like that. Hopefully this is just a little pit stop. Make a little consolidation, then another move up. So I'm not going to exit. I'm going to hold out for the bigger move. This is sometimes where I get in trouble. Like I could take the profit, put it in the bag, but I'm setting my sights on bigger profits up there. We did officially get that lower high tick down in that power zone. So she could turn right here, but leaving my stop at break even. I think we're just going to consolidate a little and then make another run to the upside. I don't know. Delta's flashing negative now. Just closed under the 8. Yeah, the easy bag right there was the lower high. If you wanted to secure a sure thing in the bag, that's a little doji candle right there. That would have been 15 points. Not a lot, but it would be a winner. Now I'm risking hitting my break even. And I hit my break even. Gosh darn it. That's how I get myself in trouble a little bit. I was right, but I got nothing in the bag to show for it. That's all right. We'll get one. We also have to keep a lookout for the broadening formation again, since we're making higher highs and lower lows. Those are always a little tricky. Little mini broadening formation, potentially. Still waiting for the long setup. Or to set back up again. You know, we got the delta was climbing fairly aggressively. See, like even though it's starting to roll over, you still have this overall positive slope. So overall, I am still bullish. You also have this positive slope on the confirmation line. As long as that confirmation line continues, you're going to have pullbacks along the way. But this is bull territory here. It's just not ideal with that that weak delta. You know, you like it to stay positive all throughout. You don't want to see this weakness come in and, you know, it's trying again. It's trying to make another go for it. We're getting that tick up. It is flashing positive. Giving it another shot here. Just went long in the close of that candle on that tick up. Market's looking really weak though. So we could roll over here. But like I said, I'm bullish on this confirmation line. and on the delta. I would prefer if this signal came down above the delta and ticked up. You know, the fact that we actually closed below and then ticked up, I mean, that just shows more weakness in the market. So I'm still giving it a try. It's just not ideal. It's not a filet mignon. But hey, once she starts rolling, and you know, we get expansion on the top of this broadening formation here, then she could really start rolling. So I'm going to still target my original target at 78.65. What did I say? 78 or 68? 68.75. What's up?
When am I going to go to Grandma's?
When are you going to go to Grandma's?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I can't call her because I'm on the stream, so I got an idea.
What?
Why don't you go ask your brother to call Grandma?
Does Kaden have Grandma's password?
Password? He's got her phone number, not her password.
I know I tricked you. Password.
Yeah, you tricked me. Bulls are stepping back in with that positive delta now. Just kind of a grindy, choppy, if you want to call it, uptrend here. And now we're flashing a lower high with another thin, spotty delta. Go ahead and mark that chop out. Since we are chopping, I might have to pull the plug here, guys. Those bulls just aren't doing it fast enough. Maybe they'll step up to the plate now that I said that. Come on, bulls. You got another chance here. You can do it. But if we tick down there, I got to pull the plug. All right, I am out at a slight profit. I'm just going to go ahead and call that a break even. Too choppy. See the delta, how we're alternating? That means there's not enough bulls there to drive it up, and there's not enough bears there to drive it down. So it's just going sideways for now. If we can get another tick up above a rising delta, if we can get a higher low, maybe I will give it one more shot. But if I see this chop really start to extend, then I'm going to be done. We are flashing a higher low. And we are back above that little order block level here. So I still think she wants to go up, but it just might not be very clean. Might be more grindy. I don't like grindy. 10 seconds. And I am back in. Can she do it this time? This is her chance. If she can't do it here, then might have to pull the plug. What's up?
Julie and Kaden don't want to call.
Why not? Because why?
Because they're just doing like nothing, and they don't even want to call Grandma.
Well, you tell them that Dad said call Grandma. All right, is this the moment of truth? Are we going to do it now? I feel it. I feel like it's coming. Every time we have to jump in and out like this, it diminishes our profit bag a little bit. But look at that. See it? We're rising. It's just so weak. Nobody's here anymore. Everyone left and started their Thanksgiving break already, I think.
Dad?
Yep.
Julie said no, and Kaden said no. They asked.
All right. Well, you tell them that if they don't call Grandma, that I'm going to take their phones away when I get off the stream. How's that?
Well, Dad, can you just go?
I can't. I'm busy.
Well, can you just pause for a second?
I can't pause. I'm in a trade.
Dad? Please? Dad?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm still streaming. I'm still on camera. All right, guys, we ticked down. It's really weak. I was going to pull the plug, and I'm right there on the line. Like, I'm giving it one more little chance here. We do have a green candle. It's small. It's tiny.
Daddy?
Mm-hmm.
So what do I tell them again?
Tell them I'm going to take their phones away. Then they'll call Grandma. Do it. Delta's still rising. We're starting to flash another little tick up here. We just need them to push it over the line. And I'm gonna pull it.
Yeah.
What? I pulled it.
They said no. Except they said no, I'm not going to. They said Dad didn't say that.
Yeah, I did say that.
Yeah, but
Okay, listen. I'll deal with it when I'm done, okay? So you just go watch some.
Go to Grandma.
I know. Go watch some TV. I'll be done here in a little bit. That delta. We're rising, but we're so weak. There's nothing there. I know now that I'm out of the market, it's gonna cruise. So if any of you guys are in there, the market likes to run after I get out, so it'll be good for you guys. All my profits for the day are starting to dwindle. Here's one of those cases where I was right, but I had still lost. Now it's going. Imagine that. I took 1, 2, 3 stabs at this and got nothing out of it. And it's been going up the whole time. It's just too weak. However, if you look at the delta now, like this is the thickest that we've seen it since down here. So, man. But you see how important the slope of the delta is? Still a good illustration of that. So even though it's super grindy, that tells you who's really in control. The buyers are in control here. They're barely in control, but they're in control. They're fighting over the steering wheel. But the buyers, the bulls, are sitting in the driver's seat. And what do you know? We have, I know it's small, but another little mini broadening formation right there. Broadening formation within a broadening formation within a broadening formation. That's hard trading. That's advanced level trading right there. Black axe, a small tip. When your delta is rising slowly like this, but correlated with the move of the point of control to that area, it's usually a shift of direction. It just takes a while. Yeah, I know. I know, and that's why as soon as we had this delta cross down, whoops. As soon as we had this delta cross down here, at that point, I was bullish. After that, it's just a matter of timing and not getting run over, and it's hard to do that with the choppy delta if you're trying to keep your losses small. Especially, and you know, if you start using lower wicks for your stops, with these little broadening formations, you're always going to get taken out on those too. However, these last two, if I was using this as my stop, then yeah, it would have played out. But for me, it's just better to kind of walk away when the market's not really doing exactly what I want to see. Is it funny, right after I get out, the delta goes back to normal? This whole spot right there, wait, right here. See how, like, right there, it starts climbing steadily. Now it's back to normal. This is, I want it to look like that or thicker. I don't want it to look thin like it was earlier. So this move is still probably going to play out the way that I was originally anticipating, but now I feel like if I just jump in, it's too late. Just the chop box there so that it's more accurate. So this whole area right here, that alternating delta, even though we're rising, it's chopping. But this is also a good example. I talk about this a lot, where even though the delta is choppy, just the fact that you still have this positive slope on it, that's sort of a leading indicator. That lets you know the price is likely to continue going up, even though we're grinding. Sometimes the delta will be negative, so it'll be orange, and it's still rising. And when it's doing that, it's usually kind of a choppy situation, but it usually leads to a move in that direction. Black Axe, totally agree with it feeling late. The risk just gets worse and worse because all it takes is a drop back to consolidation to be bad. Yeah, it's just, all it takes is one candle. So if you don't get in right there on the floor, your risk just increases, I feel like, with each step in that direction. You know, one way to minimize your risk is to take entries on the 8. I talk about that quite a bit. So like right here is an entry, right here is an entry, right there. But then, you know, if I do enter on the 8, if it closes under the 8, I pull the plug, I get out. So like here, the nice thing about that is more often than not, this is what your loss is going to look like. It's going to be a tiny loss if you do have to pull the plug. Occasionally, you'll get one that just really slams down and it'll hit my full stop, which I typically keep around 80 ticks. But that's a rare scenario. That doesn't happen that often. But there's not a lot of steam in this move. Not yet, anyway. Delta's still marching up. We have the 12 o'clock noon candle, Central Time, in 4 minutes. Those hourly candles can usually change things on a dime. I'm not really sure why that is. I think it's probably because there's algorithms and things that kick in on the hourly close. And I think there's probably just so many of them, it can reverse, it tends to reverse direction on the hourly. At least that's what I've witnessed over the years. So it's possible that we don't really make much headway here and we start heading back down. We got another close under the delta, so that's another signal of market weakness. So the longs just aren't really looking that good anymore. You know, we might find more resistance here at that previous day low. Looks like we did just test the 20 there and bounced off that. It's just too grindy for me. I don't like this price action at all. Still pushing though. Hey, can you guys do me a lunchtime favor and hit that like button if you haven't done so? Trying to get the algorithm to start showing these streams a little bit more. I don't know if the likes help that or not, but I think it should help it a little bit. That is, of course, only if you guys are finding some value out of the stream. If not, then don't click that like button. The hidden one, love the stream. Well, at least somebody loves the stream, so thank you. We have that 12 o'clock Central Time candle that is now closed. See if the market does anything here. Still steadily grinding though. Torres Trades, definitely some great value with your streams, Tommy. Well, good. There's 2 people that like the streams. Thank you. We're getting our first lower high tick down from the upper power zone. That can be a reversal. However, we're so close to this upper order block there, I would feel more comfortable if the price tagged that at least first and then gave us a lower high tick down. So still, you know, with this delta that's climbing the way it is, a short right here is pretty risky. What you want to see if you're going to go short, this is out of the playbook, but you want to see this delta start to get a more of a negative slope to it, and then you want the signal to close somewhere below the delta, come back up somewhere up here, and then tick down in the direction of the falling delta slope. On the close of that candle right there is that's a short. Starting to get a tick up above a rising delta, which is bullish. In this particular case, it's a grindy, risky bullish situation. But you know, if we could power through that previous day low and get above the 200, we really could start flying. Maybe that's what the holdup is. Well, nah, I will sit on my hands. I was going to say, maybe I should go ahead and go long there, but you know, we're getting so close to my original target. You know, this guy right here kind of screwed up the whole game for me, where it came back down and hit my break even. Right there, I was targeting this order block up here. We've been steadily marching up. That would have been up 37 points now. It's targeting 60. Blitzum says shorting ES. Let's check out ES. On ES, we still have this weak spotty delta. So short there, and the confirmation line is positive. The delta is positive. So I think a short here is pretty risky, actually. It still says it's got more grindy upwards momentum to it. Now, if the delta was actually rolling over and we were starting to see this negative slope to it, then I would agree with you. But until then, I mean, it looks like you could easily get a trend line break here and a pop to the upside. We're almost at our first order block here. was thinking about going long on this tick up above the delta. That's a very bullish setup, but we're right there at this order block. I don't really want to go long right into that. However, if it can break through, then... And see, all I see is more strength coming in the market. That means that there's more and more people hitting the market buy button right here. That delta candle's getting fatter. We're starting to break through that order block, almost to the 200. So that entry would have been right here if I would have taken it. But a little gun shy at this point. Looks like I should have jumped on that train, huh? It's the slowest moving train I've ever seen, but so now we're getting above this order block. We might, get above that 200. We could do a little retest there. We could gain some momentum to the upside. I see the momentum growing in the delta, but we're right up there in that upper power zone. Right there at the 200. It's risky for a long here, that's for sure. Briefly closed above that 200. Just barely. My original target is about to get hit. And it looks like it just hit it. So, what did I say that would have been? 60 points if I would have stuck in there on that one. Just too grindy for me. That last trade looks like that would have been winning pretty nicely right now. Could have got 22 points out of that. In counting. But we didn't take it, so. What is she going to do now is the question. Now that we're back to the 200. Where's the daily open? Oof, that's way up there. Yep.
Can I have milk?
Sure. You want me to get it for you? All right. I'll be right back, guys. Alrighty, I'm back. What's going on? There's our pop. We're getting our pop to the upside. Sucks to miss that move, but it is what it is. So we got a little bit of a retest on the 200, and we got our pop. Orange line up there is the session VWAP. It's an anchored VWAP to the 7 a.m. Central Time candle. That usually is a pretty significant level. Now, you know, if you would have used these delta crosses near these power zones, if you look for your first entry and just hold it until you get the cross on the other side, then you can typically get the majority of that move, but the price has to be moving for that to work. You're chopping sideways, like over here, how you crossed above and then you crossed back below here, that would have been a loss. So it doesn't really work unless you're going into a significant move. Blitzum sold. Does that mean you're shorting? Or were you long and you just exited your long? Gold still looks pretty choppy to me. All this thin delta nastiness is all chopped. Hey, would you look at that? On ES, we broke that trend line I drew earlier. See, that rising delta, you don't want to short against a rising delta. And the opposite's true. You don't want to go long against a falling delta. Well, depends on the market condition. You can do that in certain situations, but generally speaking, that's not a good idea. So now that we are up in this upper power zone, this is where you want to look for the delta to start to thin out, start to roll over, and potentially get this tick up below it and then a tick down. That's where your shorts are gonna come in. Also note that on the 5-minute, we are fully extended to the upper power zone. So if we get a tick down up there on the 5, that could be significant, or at least put in a significant move to the downside on the 1. So something to watch for. Just the fact that we're fully extended up here and we're in that upper power zone and we're just below that session VWAP. I'm going to go ahead and throw a limit order for a short on there. I typically don't do that, but certain situations I do. Starting to flash that tick down on the 5. It's not official. It's just flashing. We did tick down underneath the delta in that upper power zone. And it's also showing a little bit of bearish divergence there. It's also part of the reason why I have a short sitting up above there. Let's see if we can get one little pop back up there and tag me in. But this actually might be it right here. That lower high tick down under the delta. The delta technically has a negative slope here. See that? So it does satisfy our condition to go short right there, which would have been on the close of this candle right here. However, we're so close to that anchored VWAP, I would just feel much better if it came up here and did that instead. But according to the playbook, this is the short right there. I might end up missing it. We'll see. Now the delta's starting to flash negative. Delta is starting to roll over. That is our delta squeeze setup. On the 5-minute, if we close like this, that tick down is going to be official in 20 seconds. See if it can stay underneath this 8 SMA. Signal's starting to tick back up, starting to push back above that 8 SMA. We'll see if it can hold up there. I'll go ahead and get rid of this since that's not a trade that I took. Well, it tried to get back above the 8, but it couldn't do it. Not yet. I still have a short limit order sitting up there. Now, if we consolidate a bunch here and never get up to that anchored VWAP, then I'm probably going to end up pulling my order, because if we consolidate and then break above it, that that can give the move a little bit more steam to the upside, so it could get run over that way. We're starting to put in our second lower high with that falling delta, so I'm going to cancel my order and thinking about taking this short here instead. Right back to that 200 though. Will it find support on the 200 is the question. All right, I got a limit order in just underneath that 8 SMA. If it can climb back up there. Black Axe looking kind of like a small bull flag here. Yeah, a little bit, and it could. But the short is in play, right? I just got picked up. The short signal is still in play. So as long as it's in play, I got to take it. Doesn't mean it can't change. If it changes, I simply exit my position. Keep in mind, we are pretty far below the daily open. So we can kind of expect today's candle to close somewhere near the low. So it would make sense for this price to fall back down here. But like I said, we could get support on this 200, and that's this red line that turns green. We are ticking up from that green zone, so I'm going to have to exit here. All right. So that's looks like 6.5 points on that one. Yeah, this still could be a bull flag developing here, but so far, also need to point out we got that chop back in the delta. So anytime we got that chop box on the screen, either way is going to be a little risky. However, the delta is above upward sloping confirmation line. So see, the slope of the confirmation line, the slope of the delta, they're going against each other right now. So this is that, you know, potential turbulent area. But if you're going by the confirmation line, you get the tick up from the green zone. That's technically a long there. And we still could run up and hit that that anchored VWAP line up there. It's looking like that's what it wants to do. Yeah, it's a tough spot. there's mixed signals right now. You know, you got this tick down on the 5, which is bearish. You got the tick up from the green zone with the positive delta, upward sloping confirmation line. That's bullish over there. So it's a little bit of a no-go zone, but my guess is we're going to make another little broadening formation here, like this, and this, where we're taking out those lows, making new highs, and we're going to hit that anchored VWAP and then maybe turn. But if you put the blinders on and ignore all of those external pieces of information and just go off of the Cumulative Delta playbook, then this right here is your long entry. I'm still holding out for the short, though. I think we're still going to end the day lower. This is the daily chart. This trend line we have here. All right, we are up to the anchored VWAP, top of that broadening formation. What is she going to do? Are we going to power through? Or are we going to turn? I'm more in the camp that we're going to turn somewhere around here.
So can you get their phones now?
I can't yet. I'm still on the stream.
Or Dad?
Hmm.
Can you call Graham?
I can't.
Dad. Graham.
Go get your brother's phone and I'll call Grandma. All right. What do we got? We still got this upward sloping delta. Like to see that turn or at least flatten out before looking at a short. But currently, we are positive. Well, so far, it's looking like she wants to power through. Mm-hmm.
Kaden said the shower and Julia said no.
Okay, just wait till I'm done. Yeah, just wait.
Oh, why can't you do it on your phone?
I can't because I'm using my phone.
Oh, Dad, no, why can't
Look at my phone is right. My phone's right here. That's my camera.
I know, but Dad, can you just stop live streaming?
I will soon.
No, Dad,
I'm gonna be done soon.
No, Dad. Oh, do not have a loose tooth.
Mm-hmm. I know.
It's so ugly.
Let me see. Yep. All right, go watch some TV. I'll be out in a little bit.
Hi.
She looks like she's starting to get a little weak here. Just waiting for the right moment. By the way, on the 5, we did get another tick up right here. But if we tick down right here, we're going to end up with a lower high on the signal on the 5. So that will be bearish if we can get it. Still not sure if we can get it, though. Got to get this 1 to cooperate. Something to watch for, though. We are flashing a tick down on the 1. And that delta is pushed right up against the ceiling there. It's like maxed out. Going ahead and I'm trying the short here. I just jumped in a short. $794.25. And I'm actually going to target much lower on this one. I don't know where we're going to end up, so I'm probably going to leave it open if we can make it down there. What we need to see now is we need to see that delta. It's tapering, but we want to see it thin out, and we want to see it roll over with a negative slope. Come on, delta. You can do it. I'll be in a little bit. Okay? I'm in a trade. So, hey, listen, you can't do that when I'm in a trade, okay? You're gonna screw up my concentration here.
What does that mean?
All right. Skedaddle.
What does that mean?
In the other room, please.
Fine.
If we tick up here, I'm pulling the plug. I might have to re-enter, but that's how I keep my losses small. Okay, we didn't tick up. We almost did. So technically, I am still in. Looks like we're going to end up ticking up here. I'm going to have to pull the plug. Yep, I'm out. That delta did not want to roll over right there. And I jumped the gun a little bit on that one. I didn't wait for the delta squeeze setup. But only reason why I did that is because we're right there at that anchored VWAP. So that can usually be a really good place for a turn. And it still might happen. I definitely would not go long here. If we can get this, you know, sometimes it just takes more time. So if we can get that delta to roll over more and tick down underneath, then I'll jump back in. This is another one of those mini broadening formations inside a broadening formation. We do have bearish divergence now. Getting a lower high tick down on the signal, higher high on the price. I'm going to take another stab at this one. Delta's flashing negative. It was for a second there. The Delta is rolling over ever so slightly. It signal came up and touched the Delta. I prefer when there's a little bit of space in between, but that can still work. I don't want to see this tick back up in there though, man. Which we might end up getting here on this candle. It would be really weird if we go from a sustained downtrend right into a sustained uptrend. Usually there's more of a pullback before it does something like that. I pulled the plug there because we ended up ticking back up. This is still short territory though, so I just might be a little premature on these. Wait to see if that Delta rounds over more. Otherwise, I'm going to have to start going long here. We're starting to use that anchored VWAP as support now. JWAS, I've been day trading MicroStrategy. I like to see Delta with volatile stocks. Yeah, when there's movement in the price, the cumulative delta is awesome. It's when price is stagnant that things can really get sucky. All right, I jumped in this lower high. Maybe this one will do the trick. Ay, ay, ay. Or maybe not. It's starting to look bullish again. I'm short from right here. From 799.75. Yep. Yeah. All right. Well, that idea is looking like that's not going to work. breaking above that consolidation there now. So I'm just going to pull it. I'm out. Out at 8.10. Well, that was a little nasty area. What is that? My profits are dwindling now. All we need is one banger at the end of the day, though. That is all we need. Jack Hudgkins, what is TOMMYBOTS? TOMMYBOTS is it's an automated trading platform where you can configure trading bots directly inside TradingView. So you can use multiple indicators. You can have signals that line up across multiple indicators to either enter a long or a short. I use it mainly to trade crypto. I trade crypto on an hourly time frame, and so it's jumping in and out of trades at night when I'm sleeping. So that's primarily what I use it for. That's why I'm a developer by trade, so I ended up developing that a couple years ago for myself, mainly to trade crypto, but it also works on Forex. It does not work with futures. I don't have an integration into a futures exchange, but a lot of people still use it for futures. You can basically set up a bot that just sends you notifications. So you can have multiple indicators that line up a certain, a buy or sell signal, and when those alert, it can send you either a text message or an email, and then you can just enter the trade manually. So there's a lot of people that use it that way. Jack Hudgkins, does it work? I'm a screenwriter. We know how that goes. Does it work? Yeah, of course it works. What do you mean, does it work? Does it work for gold? That would depend on if the exchange has gold. Let me see here. So it works with Owanda. I don't know if Owanda has gold. Do they have gold? If they have gold, it should work on gold. Otherwise, works with Kraken, works with Binance. Like I said, I primarily developed it in order to trade crypto. So it will work with Forex on Owanda, but other than that, it's limited to those exchanges right now. Eventually, I'm going to expand it into hopefully futures so that I can use it for some futures trading, but I still prefer to trade manually. You know, trading with a bot is nice if you can't be there, but it's not ideal. You know, if you can see, because there's certain things that you just can't automate, you know, like it's like the cumulative delta. There's, you know, there's all these little things that I look for that you can't really, well, for example, like the thickness of the delta candles, like there's no way to really measure that. So if you're trying to, sure, you can use the cumulative delta with the trading bot, and you can do things like, you know, is the delta above or below the confirmation line? Is the signal line ticking up? Is it ticking up in the lower power zone? Like you can automate all that stuff. But what you can't do is you can't really sense like the momentum of the market. So like I like to look at the thickness of those delta candles to get more of a sense of the momentum, and that influences, you know, my whether or not to get into a trade. So so I still prefer to trade manually. That's why I don't really have a big desire to really code an integration in, you know, with futures. But eventually I probably will. But for the cases where you can't be at the computer and you want to automate more of a general strategy, it's great. It's awesome. And that's all of my crypto trades they all go through TOMMYBOTS. I never put on a trade through an exchange directly. It's always right inside TradingView. And it's usually when I'm sleeping, because that's usually when the market decides to make its move. Well, maybe instead of the anchored VWAP, it wanted to hit the normal VWAP. We got a pivot line up here, and we got the normal standard VWAP sitting up there. That might have been what it was waiting for, so just hold out a little bit longer here. JWAS caught a chunk of the run-up on NQ. Awesome. Also exited my MicroStrategy day trade as it hit previous morning. Well, that's good news. Wish I could say the same here today. That delta is looking weak. We do have a negative slope to it now. I think I was just probably jumping the gun on those. We're about to get a delta cross there. Confirmation line. Once that happens, I am no longer bullish. Definitely bearish at that point. We pushed a little harder to the upside, but we are getting that second tick down now on the 5-minute. Earlier we were talking about, getting in a long on the cross and then holding it till the cross on the other side. So that would be now. So on this trade, had you done that, it'd be about 100 points. But like I said, you can't really do that because that only works in a certain market condition. You have to have a significant move in that direction. If you're chopping sideways and the confirmation line is, if it's more doing this sort of thing, kind of just hugging the middle, then you can't do that. That doesn't work. Then you have to be trading those power zones. But kind of bizarre, like we were in this sustained downtrend for the most part, and now we're kind of in this, it's like borderline sustained uptrend. So we'll see if it can remain sustained, but I still think we're going to have a drop here. Either that or it might just flatten out, not do anything the rest of the day. So I'm looking for the short. Still. Just kind of a grindy uptrend. I don't like those. I usually don't do very well with those. That's more of a me problem, not a strategy problem. If you're just trading the setups in the playbook, this would have been a long. I just didn't go long there for whatever reason. I convinced myself not to go long. But that would have been a long up here. As long as the delta is flat in that upper power zone, all these tick ups are longs. But see how there's just not much upside to them. So I was more short biased. And again, like this tick up right here, I mean, technically, if you're in a sustained uptrend, that's a long, but I'm thinking we're getting a little extended here, so I'm not going to take those. We're starting to flash that. Oh, we just flashed it. That lower high tick down, that is a short with the falling delta. So delta's got a negative slope, it's falling. So I'm taking another stab at the short here. And I am in at 807. I could get run over here, but I'm just going to stick to the rules in the playbook for a short. Do have to watch out for this. A little bit of a trend line there. A little bit of a bull flag. And again, a tick up. If I'm underwater and it ticks up against me, that is my early exit. I don't want it to hit my full stop. Usually doesn't hit my full stop. That's why I got a lot of losers on the board, but they're typically small. Starting to see our drop play out here, potentially. It's trying to push back up here. Delta was flashing positive for a second. The signal line was ticking up. So, got to get ready to pull the plug if I need to. We're flashing positive. We are ticking up. And I pulled it. $8.10.50. Small loss, but it's another loss. And it's gonna, what's it gonna do? It's starting to flash another tick down there. I hate to keep hammering them if it's not gonna roll over. But you know, sometimes this is just how it goes, especially with this holiday low volatility price action. The strategy needs movement in the price in order for it to work. If there's no movement, It's tough to get it to work. Black Axe. Delta doesn't help much in grinding uptrends because the buying is all at the bid on limits being slowly dragged up. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Looks like we're putting in another new high. Making our way towards that standard VWAP. Still wondering if it was the standard VWAP that it's holding out for. Our short still might be in here somewhere. You know, if we're just looking at the playbook ideas, there's still, you know, there's the cross as your step one, your tick down. Now, this didn't really pull up much. So what the playbook wants it to do is the playbook wants the signal to come down here, come up here somewhere near this upper power zone, then tick down. So that's still on the table. I have not abandoned that idea yet. It's just, there. There we go. So as long as that delta is weak and under that confirmation line, if we see this happen, that is still short for me. And the one that hits, that should make up for all these tiny little losers. Usually does. But if we're going to be buying all the way into Thanksgiving, then that's not going to work either. But as long as we stay underneath that VWAP, then I'm still going to go after this setup. $8.12.75. Still hasn't touched VWAP yet, which is makes me a little nervous, but hey, we got my setup, so I'm taking it. It's also a little bit of bearish divergence there. See if she wants to cooperate this time. But, you know, even if this doesn't work out, I'm not going to get mad at myself because I'm sticking to the rules, and the rules say to go short on this tick down right here. Step 1 is that cross. Step 2 is that tick down. So will they try to buy it up again here? Or are they going to let it fall apart? That choppy delta, still there. And I pulled it at break even. Like I said, it follows my rules. I got to stick to my rules. They don't all work out. This this delta. We got to talk about the choppy delta. That thin alternating delta. That's what we want to stay away from. So now is it going to follow through now that I pulled the plug? Probably. Let's go back and look at what we would like to see. Is there a good example in here? See here, we had a choppy delta. But see how the delta moved more. It's from earlier this morning. The delta actually moved away from the confirmation line more. We got more of a negative slope in that confirmation line. But these tick downs, all those are good shorts. See, the delta is just not, it's not falling. It's staying flat. Which tells me we're in more of a sustained uptrend. So that tick up in the green zone to long. I just keep passing on all those. Well, I feel like we're kind of at that point where I'm trying to force something that just isn't really there. So I think I'm probably going to call it for the day. Points wise, I'm green, but in reality, I'm actually a little negative because of the fees. So, but overall, I'd say it was a flat day for me. I could have done a lot better had I jumped into more of those setups earlier in that downtrend. But you know, it is what it is. Friday will be another day, so I'm gonna go ahead and end it here, and we'll trade Friday. Again, check out those Black Friday sales in the description if you haven't already. If you guys keep trading, good luck, and we will catch you later. Sounds good.
Oh, wow, look at that move. It's like one of those big Delta candles. I mean, who even trades those tiny candles anymore? I like big fat candles, I can't deny. When the Delta's green and riding high, when a chart spikes thick with a bullish wick, I'm glued to my screen, that's the trick. I want to bounce quick, can't let it go. Big Delta bars, let that volume show. I'm zooming out, yeah, that's my groove. Catching waves in a Delta move. Wanna trade slow? Nah, too tame. This market's got heat, I'm in the game. Delta's skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat Deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through. You know, then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big Deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Big fat candles, can't deny when the volume surges up so high. Skinny trades can take a seat. Big fat Deltas are what I beat. Well, traders low, let me see that line is goes. I'm my happy Delta, skinny, not my taste. Fat candles on my happy place. Oh, traders, let me see that line. When the buyers push, I feel just fine. It's the fat move, no squeeze fake. I'm in this trend with no break. Got entries, stacking tall, no weak signals, I'm all in, y'all. Skinny candles just ain't for me. Big Delta's my golden key. Big Delta's my golden key. Sitting tight while volume pops. Green wave up won't make me stop. Short candles, nope, they're a bore. Give me fat Deltas, I want more. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. And hold and play, don't you fold. Big Deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't make it right. Like those thick moves, yeah, yeah. I wanna break through, you know. Then hold, then play, don't you fold. Big Deltas fill the chart with might. Skinny moves don't